Hello again, dreamer. Get comfy. Let the world fade away. Tonight, we travel to a forest that remembers every dream ever dreamed. Let's begin. In the primordial chaos before creation, there existed only Ginnungagap, the vast void where fire met ice in an eternal dance of elemental forces. From this cosmic convergence emerged Ymir, the first giant whose body would become the foundation of the cosmos, and Odin, the celestial cow whose nourishing milk sustained the burgeoning universe. As Ymir's sweat gave birth to more giants, and Odin's licking revealed Buri, the first of the Aesir gods, the stage was set for the grand tapestry of Norse mythology to unfold. The divine lineage continued through Buri's son Bor, who married Bestla, a giantess whose union with the god produced 3 sons, Odin, Thele, and Ve. These brothers would become the architects of the cosmos, slaying Ymir and using his massive corpse to construct the 9 realms that would define existence. From Ymir's flesh they formed Midgard, the realm of humans. From his blood, the oceans and seas. From his bones, the mountains. And from his skull, the sky itself. Each realm took its place within Ymir's remains. Asgard, the golden home of the Aesir gods, rose high above in the heavens. Jotunheim, land of the giants, stretched out in icy wilderness. Vanaheim housed the nature-loving Vanir. Alfheim became home to the light elves. Svartalfheim sheltered the dark elves. Niflheim maintained its ancient position as realm of ice and mist. Muspelheim retained its fiery essence. Nidavellir welcomed the industrious dwarves, and Helheim provided a somber resting place for those not chosen by the gods. At the heart of this cosmic structure stood Yggdrasil, the world tree whose branches stretched across all realms, and whose roots delved deep into the fundamental mysteries of existence. 3 primary roots anchored this cosmic axis. One extended to Asgard, where the Well of Erd resided, tended by the Norns who wove the threads of fate. Another reached Jotunheim and Mimir's Well of Wisdom, while the third plunged into Niflheim near Havergalmir, the bubbling spring from which countless rivers flowed. Yggdrasil served as more than mere structural support. It functioned as the living connection between all realms, allowing travel through its branches and roots. The tree's leaves whispered secrets of the universe, while its bark bore runes inscribed by Odin himself during his quest for knowledge. Squirrels scurried along its length carrying messages between worlds, while the great eagle perched at its top observed everything beneath its wingspan. At its base, the serpent Nidhogg gnawed incessantly, threatening the stability of the entire cosmos. Within this intricate web of existence, the gods established their dominion from Asgard, building Valhalla, the Hall of the Slain, where brave warriors would feast until Ragnarok. The Bifrost Bridge, shimmering in rainbow hues, connected Asgard to Midgard, allowing the gods to walk among humans and maintain their sacred bond. Heimdall, the ever-vigilant guardian, stood watch at the bridge's entrance, his horn ready to sound at any threat to the cosmic order. As the realms settled into their designated places, the natural order began to take shape. Day and night were established through the chariots of Sol and Mani, pulled across the sky by horses. The seasons found their rhythm as the earth responded to the movements of these celestial bodies. In Midgard, humans began their journey under the watchful eyes of both gods and giants, their lives intertwined with the larger cosmic drama playing out across the realms. This carefully constructed balance, however, carried within it the seeds of its own destruction. The prophecies spoke of Ragnarok, the end of days when the delicate harmony would shatter, and the cycle would begin anew. Yet for now, the 9 realms flourished in their divine arrangement, each contributing its unique essence to the greater whole, while Yggdrasil stood steadfast, bearing witness to the unfolding story of gods, giants, and mortals alike. The stage was thus set for the epic dramas that would unfold across these realms, where gods would clash with giants, heroes would rise and fall, and the eternal struggle between order and chaos would play out in endless variation. Through it all, the cosmic architecture designed by Odin and his brothers would serve as both battlefield and sanctuary, prison and pathway, connecting all beings in the grand narrative of Norse mythology. In the early days of Asgard's establishment, Odin stood as the undisputed leader among the Aesir gods, his wisdom and cunning unmatched by any other deity. Yet leadership brought challenges that tested even his formidable abilities. The first crisis arose when the Vanir, the rival tribe of gods dwelling in Jotunheim, grew jealous of Asgard's prosperity and power. This tension erupted into the devastating Aesir-Vanir War, a conflict that would reshape the divine hierarchy and establish new alliances across the realms. The war began with devastating raids between the two divine factions. The Vanir, masters of nature magic, flooded Asgard's fields and summoned storms to batter the golden halls. In response, Odin unleashed his ravens, Hugin and Munin, to spy on enemy movements, while Thor, his mighty son, wielded Mjolnir against the Vanir's powerful sorcerers. The battle raged across multiple realms, with neither side gaining decisive advantage despite years of fighting. Realizing the futility of continued warfare, Odin proposed a truce through an unprecedented act of diplomacy. Both sides agreed to exchange hostages as a gesture of peace and mutual understanding. From the Vanir came Njord, the sea god, along with his children Freyr and Freya, who would henceforth dwell in Asgard. In return, the Aesir sent Mimir, keeper of ancient wisdom, and Hoenir, known for his swift decisions, to live among the Vanir. This exchange proved transformative for both pantheons. Njord's maritime expertise helped regulate trade across the realms, while Freyr's mastery over fertility and prosperity brought unprecedented agricultural success to Midgard. Freya, possessing unparalleled beauty and formidable magical abilities, became a bridge between the warrior ethos of the Aesir and the mystical traditions of the Vanir. Her teachings in scyther magic, once considered taboo among the Aesir, gradually gained acceptance, even influencing Odin's own magical practices. However, the integration of the Vanir deities into Asgardian society wasn't without complications. Traditionalists among the Aesir viewed the newcomers with suspicion, particularly regarding their use of magic. Tensions peaked when Loki, the trickster god whose complex heritage straddled both Aesir and Jotun lineages, arrived at Asgard. His chaotic nature and unpredictable schemes threatened to destabilize the fragile peace, yet his cleverness and occasional heroism made him invaluable to Odin's court. Odin's leadership faced its greatest test during the construction of Asgard's defenses. A mysterious builder appeared, offering to construct an impenetrable wall around the realm in exchange for the sun, moon, and Freya's hand in marriage. Recognizing the danger yet desperate for protection against future threats, Odin accepted the challenge but imposed impossible conditions. The wall must be completed within 3 seasons, and the builder could receive no help from others. Loki, seeing an opportunity for mischief, convinced the builder to accept the terms, secretly planning to sabotage the project. However, the builder revealed himself to be a giant in disguise and summoned his stallion Svadilfari to assist. As the deadline approached and the wall neared completion, panic spread through Asgard. True to form, Loki transformed into a mare to distract Svadilfari, causing the work to falter just before completion. The enraged builder revealed his true form, leading to a fierce battle that ended with Thor's hammer striking the final blow. This incident highlighted the delicate balance Odin had to maintain between protecting Asgard and preserving honor among the gods. It also demonstrated how Loki's chaotic influence, while often problematic, sometimes served the greater good. The 8-legged horse Sleipnir, born from Loki's equine encounter, became Odin's trusted steed, symbolizing how even seemingly disastrous events could yield unexpected benefits. As ruler of Asgard, Odin implemented several enduring institutions that shaped divine governance. He established the Thing, a council where gods gathered to discuss matters affecting the realms, ensuring that decisions reflected collective wisdom rather than individual whim. The practice of sending Valkyries to Midgard to select fallen warriors for Valhalla created a steady stream of reinforcements against future threats, particularly in preparation for the prophesied Ragnarok. Thor emerged as Odin's most reliable lieutenant, his thunderous presence serving as both protector and enforcer of divine law. Together, they established a system of justice that applied equally to gods and mortals, though interpretations often varied depending on circumstances. Balder, Odin's beloved son, embodying beauty and fairness, became the moral compass of Asgard, his gentle nature tempering the more aggressive tendencies of his kin. The dynamics between the principal gods evolved into a complex web of relationships that defined Asgardian politics. Frigg, Odin's wife and queen, wielded considerable influence behind the scenes, her wisdom and foresight complementing Odin's strategic thinking. Tyr, god of law and heroic glory, maintained order through his unwavering sense of justice. The Heimdall's vigilance ensured that threats were detected before reaching Asgard's gates. Perhaps most significantly, Odin's rule marked a shift from raw power to calculated governance. He understood that maintaining order across the realms required more than just military might. It demanded wisdom, diplomacy, and the ability to adapt to changing circumstances. This philosophy guided the Aesir through numerous crises, from diplomatic disputes with the dwarves of Nidavellir to managing the unpredictable nature of the elves in Alfheim. Through these experiences, the Aesir dynasty solidified its position as the preeminent divine authority in the cosmos. The lessons learned during these formative conflicts and alliances laid the foundation for a sophisticated system of governance that would endure for centuries, adapting to the evolving needs of gods and mortals alike while preparing for the inevitable challenges yet to come. The animosity between the Aesir gods and the Jotnar giants stemmed from primordial times, rooted deeply in the very creation of the cosmos. When Odin and his brothers fashioned the world from Ymir's body, they inadvertently sowed the seeds of eternal enmity. The surviving frost giants, led by Thrym and his ilk, viewed this act as the ultimate betrayal, transforming what should have been a shared inheritance into a battleground spanning centuries. This fundamental divide manifested in countless skirmishes and legendary confrontations that shaped the destiny of all 9 realms. Chief among these conflicts was the infamous theft of Thor's hammer, a tale that perfectly encapsulated the complex relationship between gods and giants. When Mjolnir vanished from Asgard, panic rippled through the divine halls. With you, it was Loki, ever the mediator between worlds, who discovered the weapon's location in Jotunheim. Thrym, the frost giant king, held the hammer ransom, demanding Freya's hand in marriage as payment. The ensuing deception, orchestrated by Loki and executed with Thor disguised as the bride, culminated in one of the most famous banquet battles in mythological history. As cups were raised and oaths sworn, Thor revealed his true form, reclaiming Mjolnir and unleashing divine wrath upon the unsuspecting giants. Yet not all encounters between gods and giants unfolded with such straightforward hostility. The tale of Skadi's marriage to Njord exemplifies the nuanced nature of their relationship. After the Aesir slew her father Thialzin, Skadi donned full armor and marched on Asgard, demanding recompense rather than meet her with weapons. Odin offered her the choice of any god as husband, sight unseen. Her selection of Njord, based solely on his beautiful feet glimpsed beneath a curtain, resulted in an ill-fated union that nonetheless established an important precedent. Peace could be negotiated even after bloodshed. The giants themselves represented far more than mere antagonists in the cosmic drama. They embodied the raw, untamed forces of nature that constantly threatened to overwhelm the ordered world of the gods. Surtur, Lord of Muspelheim, commanded the fire giants who waited to unleash flame upon the cosmos during Ragnarok. His counterpart, Bergelmir, led the frost giants from their stronghold in Utgard, representing the eternal cold that sought to freeze all life. Yet these primal forces weren't entirely malevolent. They simply operated according to different principles than the structured society of Asgard. Some giants actually formed crucial alliances with the gods, blurring the lines between enemies and allies. Angrboda, despite being a giantess, became Loki's consort, and mother to three of the most significant creatures in Norse mythology: Fenrir, Jormungandr, and their offspring would play pivotal roles in both preserving and destroying the current cosmic order. Similarly, Grid, another giantess, assisted Thor during his perilous journey to face Garud, providing him with essential magical items that saved him from certain death. The philosophical divide between gods and giants manifested most clearly in their approach to time and change. The Aesir sought to maintain and preserve, building walls and establishing laws to create permanence in an impermanent universe. The Jotnar, by contrast, embraced flux and transformation, viewing the world as an eternal cycle of creation and destruction. This fundamental difference explained why many of their conflicts centered around attempts to either stabilize or disrupt the established order of things. One of the most significant confrontations occurred during Thor's fishing expedition with the giant Hymir. Seeking to prove his strength, Thor hooked Jormungandr, the Midgard serpent, creating a momentary tug-of-war between creation and destruction. The trembling of Yggdrasil itself during this encounter demonstrated how deeply intertwined the fates of gods and giants truly were. Though Thor eventually released the serpent, the brief connection forged between them foreshadowed their final, apocalyptic meeting during Ragnarok. Lesser-known tales reveal instances of genuine cooperation between the two factions. When the giantess Gerd refused Freyr's advances, it wasn't through hatred of the gods, but rather due to the complex social dynamics between their peoples. Her eventual acceptance of Freyr's proposal, facilitated by Skirnir's mission, resulted in a union that temporarily bridged the gap between Aesir and Jotnar. Such stories illustrate that the relationship between gods and giants wasn't purely adversarial, but rather a complicated dance of power, pride, and occasional partnership. Even the physical geography of the realms reflected this perpetual conflict. Jotunheim's harsh landscape stood in stark contrast to Asgard's cultivated beauty, yet both were connected through Yggdrasil's roots. The constant movement of beings between these realms, whether through diplomatic missions, quests, or outright invasions, kept the tension alive while preventing complete isolation. Heimdall's vigilant watch at the Bifrost Bridge testified to the necessity of maintaining controlled access between these fundamentally opposed domains. The giants' role in the cosmic order extended beyond mere opposition to the gods. They served as keepers of ancient wisdom and primal forces that even the Aesir couldn't fully comprehend or control. Mimir, though officially an Aesir hostage in Vanaheim, maintained close ties with the giants and their knowledge. The well of wisdom he guarded contained secrets that transcended simple categorization of friend or foe, reminding all parties involved that the distinction between gods and giants wasn't always clear-cut. Centuries passed. The nature of their conflict evolved. What began as straightforward territorial disputes transformed into more sophisticated struggles involving prophecy, fate, and the fundamental nature of existence itself. The giants' role in Ragnarok, foretold by the seeresses and acknowledged by Odin himself, suggested that their opposition wasn't merely destructive but potentially necessary for the cosmic cycle to continue. This realization added layers of complexity to every interaction between Aesir and Jotunheim, making each encounter simultaneously a battle, a negotiation, and a step toward the inevitable end of the current age. While the gods waged their cosmic battles and the giants plotted their revenge, the human inhabitants of Midgard played a crucial role in the unfolding drama of Norse mythology. Unlike the immortal denizens of Asgard or the primal forces of Jotunheim, humans lived brief, fragile lives that paradoxically granted them unique significance in the eyes of the gods. Their mortality made every action, every decision, and every sacrifice profoundly meaningful, for they could not rely on centuries to correct mistakes or fulfill destinies. The relationship between gods and mortals began with Asgard, the first humans created by Odin and his brothers from driftwood, found on the shore. While the gods breathed life into these primal forms, it was the humans themselves who would shape their destiny. This act of creation established a fundamental principle. While the gods could provide the spark of life and basic guidance, the path forward belonged to humanity alone. The gods watched with interest as human civilization developed, marveling at their capacity for both great achievements and catastrophic failures. Central to this divine-human relationship was the concept of weird, or fate. Unlike the rigid determinism of some mythologies, Norse belief recognized that while certain outcomes were fixed, the manner of achieving them remained flexible. This understanding manifested in the institution of the Valkyries, divine choosers of the slain who selected worthy warriors from mortal battlefields. These chosen few would join Odin in Valhalla, preparing for Ragnarok while enjoying the rewards of their earthly valor. Yet even this apparent predetermination contained elements of free will. Warriors knew they might be chosen, but how they conducted themselves in battle determined their worthiness. Human society mirrored the divine hierarchy in fascinating ways. Kings and jarls styled themselves as representatives of the gods on earth, claiming divine favor through successful rule and military conquest. Temples dedicated to various deities dotted the landscape, with Thor's hammer mark carved into doorposts for protection and Freyr's symbols, blessing agricultural endeavors. Priests interpreted omens and performed sacrifices, acting as intermediaries between the mortal and divine realms. The most skilled skalds composed elaborate poems that preserved both historical events and mythological lore, ensuring that the deeds of gods and men remained intertwined in cultural memory. The impact of divine intervention on human affairs often proved double-edged. While blessings from the gods could bring prosperity and victory, their whims could also lead to disaster. The cursed ring and Varanot, originally stolen by Loki to pay compensation for a dwarf's murder, passed through human hands like a plague, bringing ruin to every owner. Such artifacts demonstrated how divine machinations could ensnare mortals in cosmic dramas far beyond their comprehension. Even seemingly benevolent gifts, like Bressingimen given to Freya, carried consequences that affected both heavenly and earthly realms. Heroic legends best illustrate the complex interplay between gods and humans. Sigurd, fostered by Regin and armed with the reforged sword Gram, embarked on a quest that would entangle him with dragon hordes, Valkyries, and royal intrigue. His story shows how human courage and cunning could achieve what even gods found difficult, yet also reveals the tragic consequences of mortal ambition when touched by divine affairs. Similarly, the Valsung saga chronicles generations of heroes, whose fates intertwined with gods and giants, demonstrating how divine influence could bless or curse entire bloodlines. Rituals and festivals provided structured opportunities for human-divine interaction. The blot sacrifices, where animals were consecrated to specific deities, maintained cosmic order while securing divine favor. During these ceremonies, humans literally fed the gods, reinforcing the symbiotic relationship between realms. Midsummer celebrations honored the sun's power, while Yule marked the darkest point of winter, reflecting humanity's dependence on natural cycles overseen by divine forces. These rituals transformed abstract mythological concepts into tangible experiences, grounding cosmic truths in everyday life. Mortal creativity often impressed the gods themselves. The finest craftsmen could produce works that rivaled dwarven creations, earning divine patronage and protection. Skilled poets and musicians occasionally received inspiration directly from the gods, their art becoming vessels for divine wisdom. Some humans even achieved semi-divine status through exceptional deeds or artistic achievement, their names joining the ranks of mythic figures. The story of Wayland the Smith demonstrates how human skill could match or exceed divine craft, earning both respect and fear from the gods. The afterlife beliefs of Norse culture further underscored the importance of mortal actions. While Valhalla waited the bravest warriors, other destinations existed for those who lived differently. Folkvanger, ruled by Freya, offered an alternative paradise for the honored dead. Those who died peacefully went to Helheim, not necessarily a place of punishment, but rather a realm of rest. The worst fate, reserved for oath-breakers and murderers, was Nastrand, the corpse shore where serpents dripped venom onto the wicked. These varied possibilities reflected the value placed on different forms of human achievement and integrity. Divine judgment extended beyond individual lives to encompass entire communities. Natural disasters, poor harvests, or military defeats were often interpreted as signs of divine displeasure, prompting communal reflection and ritual purification. Conversely, periods of prosperity and victory confirmed divine favor, strengthening social bonds through shared gratitude. This cyclical relationship between human actions and divine responses created a dynamic spiritual ecosystem where both gods and mortals influenced each other's fortunes. The most profound human contributions to Norse mythology came through their reinterpretation and preservation of divine stories. Each generation of storytellers added nuance and detail, transforming raw mythological material into rich cultural narratives. Through this process, Humans didn't merely passively receive divine wisdom, but actively participated in shaping the mythology itself. The Eddas and sagas that survive today represent this collaborative effort, where human insight and divine inspiration merge to create a mythology uniquely responsive to human experience. Even in their mortality, humans possessed something the gods envied: the ability to create lasting legacies. While gods lived forever, their actions often repeated in cycles dictated by fate. Humans, knowing their time was limited, poured everything into their brief span, creating works and memories that resonated across generations. This mortal intensity attracted divine attention and sometimes admiration, leading gods to intervene in human affairs, not just to manipulate, but to witness and participate in the unique drama of finite existence. The inevitability of Ragnarok casts a long shadow across Norse mythology, its prophecy woven into the very fabric of existence like a thread of doom running through Yggdrasil's bark. Three wise women known as the Norns, sitting at the base of the world tree beside the well of Urd, weave this fatal tapestry with threads of past, present, and future. Their ceaseless work records every action, every decision, bringing the cosmos inexorably closer to its destined end. For the gods of Asgard, aware of their ultimate fate, this knowledge creates a peculiar existential tension: how to live meaningfully while marching toward annihilation. Odin, chief among the Aesir, has devoted centuries to understanding and perhaps altering this prophecy. His self-sacrifice on Yggdrasil, hanging for 9 days and nights while pierced by his own spear, earned him the wisdom of the runes and a glimpse into the future. Yet this knowledge brings no comfort, only grim determination. He sends his Valkyries to collect the bravest warriors from Midgard, housing them in Valhalla where they train daily for the final battle. Each feast, each celebration in Asgard carries the bittersweet taste of knowing these moments are numbered, that all preparations lead to the same cataclysmic conclusion. The signs of approaching doom manifest in increasingly disturbing omens. Fimbulwinter, 3 consecutive winters without summer, begins the countdown. Brother turns against brother, moral codes crumble, and monstrous beings break free from their bindings. Fimrir, the wolf son of Loki, snaps his magical fetters, while Jormungandr, the Midgard serpent, rises from the ocean depths. Across the Bifrost Bridge, Heimdall sounds his horn Gjallarhorn, signaling the beginning of the end. The gods muster their forces, knowing full well the prophecy declares their defeat. Yet within this certainty lies a paradoxical freedom. Knowing precisely how they will fall allows the gods to embrace their roles with pure intention. Thor faces Jormungandr despite knowing their battle will kill them both. Odin marches toward Fenrir, understanding that the wolf will devour him. Freyr takes up his antler staff against Surtur, the fire giant, aware that without his sword he cannot prevail. Each god chooses to fight not because victory is possible, but because resistance against chaos represents the highest expression of their divine purpose. The psychological toll of this foreknowledge manifests differently among the gods. Tyr, who sacrificed his hand to bind Fenrir, approaches Ragnarok with stoic acceptance, having already paid his price for delaying the inevitable. Baldur's death at Loki's hands serves as both catalyst and metaphor for the coming destruction. A beloved figure lost despite all precautions, symbolizing how even the best laid plans cannot alter fate. Frigg, Baldur's mother, embodies the emotional cost of prophecy, her grief compounded by the knowledge that nothing could have changed her son's destiny. Loki's role in Ragnarok exemplifies the complex relationship between free will and predestination. As both instigator of chaos and victim of prophecy, he leads the forces of destruction, while simultaneously fulfilling the very fate he seems to rebel against. He is binding in a cave, with poison dripping onto his face, represents punishment for past crimes but also serves as incubation period for his transformation into the harbinger of doom. When he finally breaks free, leading the army of the dead from Helheim, he fulfills a role written since time's beginning, yet his actions feel driven by personal vendetta, rather than mere compliance with fate. The gods' preparations for Ragnarok reflect their understanding of the prophecy's dual nature. While they cannot prevent their demise, they can influence what comes after. By training the Einherjar, fallen warriors housed in Valhalla, they ensure that new life will emerge from destruction. The prophecy speaks of a new world rising from the ashes, where Baldur returns and fields grow unsown. This knowledge gives their preparations purpose beyond mere survival. They fight not just to delay the end, but to ensure a better beginning. Heimdall's vigilance at the Bifrost Bridge exemplifies how awareness of fate transforms duty into devotion. Knowing he will sound the final warning before dying at Loki's hands doesn't diminish his commitment to his post. Instead, it elevates his role to something almost sacred. The guardian of transition between ages, his golden teeth, gleaming in the twilight of the gods, become symbol and substance of unwavering dedication to duty, despite certain death. The prophecy's influence extends beyond Asgard to affect all 9 realms. In Midgard, humans interpret the signs differently. Some see impending doom, others view it as a chance for renewal. The Volva's cider magic grows stronger as the end approaches, their visions becoming clearer even as the world grows darker. Dwarves seal their mountain halls, elves retreat deeper into their forests, and even the giants prepare for their role in the cosmic drama. Each group responds to the prophecy according to their nature, yet all acknowledge its inevitability. For the Aesir, living under the shadow of Ragnarok creates a peculiar form of immortality. Their deaths, unlike those of mortals, are predetermined and public. This knowledge strips away false hope but grants clarity of purpose. Every feast in Valhalla, every council in Gladsheim, every battle against Jotnar becomes infused with heightened significance. They know exactly when and how they will die, yet this certainty doesn't paralyze them. It liberates them to live more fully in the present moment. The prophecy's most profound implication lies in its cyclical nature. Destruction isn't the end but rather transformation. 2 humans, Life and Yggdrasil, will survive in Hodmimir's wood, emerging to repopulate the world. The sun's daughter will rise in her mother's place, and fields will grow without planting. This promise of renewal gives meaning to the gods' sacrifice. transforming their certain defeat into a necessary step in cosmic evolution. Their actions, though doomed, contribute to a greater pattern of creation and rebirth that transcends individual fate. As the signs multiply and the appointed hour draws near, the gods' acceptance takes on a ritualistic quality. Each day lived becomes an act of defiance against chaos. Each meal shared a celebration of temporary order. They fight not to win, but to demonstrate that even against overwhelming odds, even facing certain death, beings of principle can choose to stand firm. In this way, the prophecy of Ragnarok transforms from mere prediction into active participant, shaping not just the outcome but the very character of those who face it. The aftermath of Ragnarok, rather than marking an absolute terminus, initiates a profound metamorphosis in the cosmic order. As the smoke clears from Surtur's purifying flames, a new world emerges from the ashes of the old, carrying forward elements of the previous age while forging ahead into uncharted territory. This continuity through change reflects the fundamental Norse understanding of existence as cyclical rather than linear, where endings contain within them the seeds of new beginnings. The surviving gods, Vidar, Vali, Modi, Magni, and the returning Balder and Hodr gather amidst the ruins of Asgard. Their numbers diminished but spirits undaunted, they begin reconstructing divine society. Vidar, who avenged Odin by slaying Fenrir. Assumes leadership with a cautious wisdom tempered by loss. However, the new pantheon operates differently from its predecessor. Vidar, gone are the rigid hierarchies and formal councils. Instead, a more fluid, cooperative structure emerges, reflecting hard-earned lessons about the dangers of inflexible systems. Significantly, human survivors, Life and Yggdrasil emerge from their refuge in Hogmimir's wood, symbolizing not just physical survival but the persistence of human spirit and culture. Their descendants inherit a world fundamentally altered yet strangely familiar. The new sun, daughter of the old, shines brighter and warmer, suggesting an era of gradual warming and recovery. Fields grow wild and abundant without cultivation, indicating a temporary return to Edenic conditions that will eventually give way to more structured agriculture as human populations increase. The relationship between gods and humans undergoes substantial evolution. No longer do the gods maintain distant sovereignty from Asgard. Instead, they walk openly among mortals, sharing knowledge and labor in rebuilding the world. This closer proximity fosters mutual understanding and respect, breaking down barriers that previously separated divine and mortal sphere. The new temples built in Midgard incorporate elements from both Aesir and Vanir traditions, reflecting a synthesis of different approaches to divinity and worship. Nature itself responds to the changed cosmic order. Mountains reshaped by the battle settle into gentler forms, while rivers find new courses through the transformed landscape. Forests grow rapidly, their trees whispering stories of the old world to those who listen closely. Animals, too, seem changed. Wolves no longer carry the stigma of Fenrir's legacy, and snakes lose their association with Jormungandr's destructive potential. This environmental renewal suggests a healing process extending beyond physical reconstruction to encompass psychological and mythological transformation. The cycle of prophecy continues, but with crucial modifications. The new vulvas, drawing from both traditional cider magic and practical experience gained during the world's destruction, develop more nuanced methods of reading fate. Their predictions emphasize probabilities rather than certainties, acknowledging the role of individual choice in shaping outcomes. This shift reflects a broader understanding that while patterns repeat, exact replication proves impossible. Each cycle incorporates elements from previous iterations while generating unique variations. The concept of heroism evolves in this new age. While valor in battle remains respected, other forms of courage gain recognition. Those who rebuild communities, restore damaged ecosystems, and preserve cultural knowledge earn divine favor alongside traditional warriors. This expanded definition of heroism acknowledges that survival requires diverse skills and approaches, mirroring the more inclusive attitude of the surviving gods. Art and literature flourish as survivors process their experiences through creative expression. Skalds compose new eddas that weave together memories of the old world with observations of the new, creating hybrid myths that speak to contemporary concerns while honoring ancestral wisdom. Visual arts incorporate motifs from both destroyed and emerging cultures, resulting in innovative styles that capture the spirit of regeneration. These cultural productions serve not just as entertainment, but as tools for collective healing and identity formation. Social structures among humans adapt to reflect the lessons of Ragnarok. The communities organize around principles of resilience and cooperation rather than competition and domination. Leadership emerges based on demonstrated ability to navigate crisis and foster unity rather than hereditary privilege. These changes echo similar transformations occurring among the gods, suggesting a more harmonious alignment between divine and mortal societies. The world tree Yggdrasil, though scarred by the cosmic conflagration, sprouts fresh leaves and stronger branches. Its roots delve deeper into the earth, connecting the realms with renewed vigor. Birds return to its branches. Squirrels resume their journeys between worlds, and even Needhog, the world serpent gnawing at its roots, seems less menacing in his efforts. This rejuvenation of the cosmic axis symbolizes the restored balance between order and chaos, creation and destruction. Among the gods, a new philosophy takes root. The acceptance that perfection remains unattainable, but striving for improvement provides its own reward. This pragmatic idealism guides their interactions with both divine and mortal realms, fostering a climate of experimentation and adaptation. Mistakes become opportunities for learning rather than causes for punishment, and failure earns sympathy rather than condemnation. The cycle of seasons resumes with subtle differences. Winters prove shorter and less severe, while summers stretch longer and more productive. This climatic shift affects agricultural practices, settlement patterns, and even religious observances. Festivals celebrating renewal and growth gain prominence over those marking conflict and death, though remembrance of past sacrifices remains integral to cultural identity. Most importantly, the New Age retains consciousness of its origins. The prophecy of Ragnarok doesn't fade into myth but stands as a reminder of both vulnerability and resilience. This awareness informs everything from political decisions to personal choices, ensuring that the hard-won wisdom of the past continues to shape the present and future. The gods, no longer removed from the consequences of their actions, participate fully in this ongoing process of remembering and reinventing. As the world settles into its new rhythm, signs appear suggesting that while this particular cycle has reached its zenith, others wait beyond the horizon. The Norns continue their weaving, their patterns incorporating threads from both destroyed and emerging realities. This ongoing process of cosmic evolution underscores the fundamental Norse understanding that existence consists not of discrete beginnings and endings, but of continuous transformation, where each phase contains elements of what came before while gestating possibilities for what comes next. The intricate tapestry of Norse mythology reveals itself as far more than a collection of entertaining tales or religious doctrine. It functions as a sophisticated framework for understanding existence itself. Through its exploration of cosmic cycles, the mythology presents a worldview that embraces both order and chaos, recognizing their interdependence rather than viewing them as absolute opposites. This duality manifests in every aspect of the mythological system, from the balanced construction of the 9 realms to the complex relationships between gods, giants, and humans. Modern interpretations often focus on the dramatic elements of Norse mythology, the epic battles, the colorful characters, the prophesied apocalypse, yet the true depth lies in its philosophical underpinnings. The mythology doesn't offer simple answers or easy resolutions. Instead, it presents a nuanced perspective on the nature of reality. The concept of weird, or fate, illustrates this complexity beautifully. While certain outcomes may be fixed, the paths leading to them remain flexible, allowing for both divine intervention and human agency within a predetermined framework. The survival and relevance of Norse mythology in contemporary culture stems from its universal themes and adaptable symbolism. Modern fantasy literature, from Tolkien's Middle-earth to contemporary urban fantasy, draws heavily from Norse mythological structures while updating them for new audiences. The Marvel Cinematic Universe's interpretation of Thor and Loki demonstrates how these ancient figures can be reimagined for modern sensibilities while retaining core aspects of their mythological identities. This adaptability speaks to the fundamental human concerns addressed by Norse mythology: questions of mortality, the search for meaning, and the struggle to find purpose in an often chaotic world. The mythology's treatment of time offers particularly valuable insights for contemporary readers, rather than viewing history as linear progression or cyclical repetition. Norse cosmology presents time as a spiral, where each revolution incorporates elements from previous cycles while generating unique variations. This perspective proves especially relevant in our rapidly changing world, where technological advancement and cultural evolution occur at unprecedented rates, like the gods preparing for Ragnarok. We face challenges knowing that while certain outcomes may be inevitable, our responses and preparations can influence the nature of transformation. Perhaps most significantly, Norse mythology maintains its relevance through its realistic portrayal of divine beings. Unlike many mythological systems where gods represent absolute perfection, Norse deities exhibit distinctly human characteristics. They make mistakes, experienced doubt, and face consequences for their actions. This relatability makes their stories particularly potent for modern audiences grappling with complex moral questions and imperfect information. The gods' acceptance of their ultimate fate while continuing to fulfill their duties with dignity offers a model for facing existential challenges that resonates deeply in our uncertain times. The mythology's emphasis on community and cooperation, particularly evident in the post-Ragnarok world, provides valuable lessons for addressing contemporary global issues. The collaboration between gods and humans in rebuilding the world mirrors the kind of international cooperation needed to tackle climate change, social inequality, and technological disruption. The integration of different traditions and approaches, as seen in the synthesis of Asir and Vanir practices, suggests solutions to modern cultural conflicts and ideological divisions. Norse mythology's enduring appeal also lies in its acknowledgement of darkness and difficulty as integral parts of existence. Rather than promising eternal bliss or condemning non-believers to eternal torment, it presents a balanced view of life's challenges and rewards. This realistic approach aligns well with modern psychological understandings of resilience and growth through adversity. The concept of Ragnarok itself, far from being a purely negative event, demonstrates how destruction can lead to renewal and how endings contain the seeds of new beginnings. The mythology's sophisticated treatment of power dynamics offers valuable perspectives on leadership and governance. The evolution from Odin's hierarchical rule to the more collaborative approach of the post-Ragnarok gods reflects contemporary discussions about effective leadership models. The emphasis on wisdom, experience, and adaptability over raw power or divine right parallels modern debates about meritocracy versus inherited privilege in various societal contexts. Ultimately, Norse mythology's greatest contribution to contemporary thought lies in its holistic approach to understanding existence. It refuses to separate the divine from the mundane, the supernatural from the natural, or the cosmic from the personal. This integrated worldview encourages a more comprehensive understanding of our place within the larger framework of existence. By intertwining the fates of gods, humans, and even the natural world, Norse mythology promotes an ecological consciousness that resonates deeply with modern environmental concerns. The interconnectedness of all beings, as symbolized by Yggdrasil's branches and roots, serves as a powerful metaphor for the delicate balance of ecosystems and the impact of human actions on the environment. The mythological treatment of death and the afterlife also offers contemporary insights into how societies might approach mortality and legacy. Rather than viewing death as an absolute end or a transition to a single, uniform afterlife, Norse mythology presents multiple possibilities based on one's actions and character during life. This nuanced perspective on mortality encourages individuals to consider the quality and impact of their lives, rather than merely focusing on some distant reward or punishment. The concept of Valhalla, Folkvanger, Helheim, and Nastrand reflects different aspects of human experience and values, suggesting that diverse paths can lead to meaningful existences. Moreover, the mythology's emphasis on storytelling and cultural memory holds particular relevance in our information-saturated age. The skull's role in preserving and interpreting divine and mortal deeds demonstrates the power of narrative in shaping collective identity and historical understanding. In an era where digital media constantly bombards us with fragmented information, the Norse tradition of weaving complex, interconnected stories provides a model for creating coherent narratives that maintain cultural continuity while allowing for evolution and reinterpretation. The psychological sophistication of Norse mythology becomes especially apparent in its treatment of grief, loss, and acceptance. Characters like Frigg, who must endure the foreknowledge of her son Baldur's death, embody the complex process of coming to terms with inevitable tragedy. This emotional depth offers valuable perspectives on how to navigate personal and collective trauma, particularly in times of global uncertainty or crisis. The gods' ability to acknowledge their fate while continuing to fulfill their roles with purpose demonstrates a form of psychological resilience that remains profoundly relevant today. The mythology's economic and social structures also provide interesting parallels to contemporary discussions about wealth distribution and social organization. The dwarves' mastery of craftsmanship and the elves' connection to nature suggest different approaches to resource management and technological development. The giants' embodiment of primal forces and the gods' attempts to harness or control these energies mirror modern debates about sustainable development and environmental stewardship. Even the concept of the world tree itself, with its various realms connected through a central axis, offers a compelling model for understanding global interdependence and ecological relationships. Perhaps most importantly, Norse mythology's enduring legacy lies in its fundamental optimism about renewal and transformation. Despite the certainty of Ragnarok, the mythology emphasizes the potential for regeneration and new beginnings. This hopeful perspective proves particularly valuable in times of crisis or uncertainty, offering a framework for understanding change not as something to be feared, but as an opportunity for growth and evolution. The emergence of a new world from the ashes of the old suggests that even the most devastating events can lead to positive transformation if approached with wisdom and determination. The mythology's sophisticated treatment of knowledge and wisdom also holds contemporary significance. Odin's relentless pursuit of understanding, even at great personal cost, reflects the value placed on intellectual curiosity and lifelong learning. The different forms of knowledge represented by Mimir's well, the runes, and cider magic suggest that wisdom comes in various forms and requires multiple approaches to fully comprehend. This multifaceted view of knowledge acquisition aligns well with modern educational theories that emphasize diverse learning styles and interdisciplinary approaches to problem solving. Furthermore, The mythology's exploration of identity and transformation offers valuable insights into contemporary discussions about personal growth and social change. Loki's fluid nature and ability to change form reflect modern understandings of identity as something dynamic rather than fixed. The integration of different beings, gods, giants, humans, and others, into a cohesive cosmic order despite their differences suggests possibilities for creating inclusive societies that value diversity while maintaining unity. The practical applications of Norse mythology extend beyond philosophical or cultural considerations to influence modern fields such as psychology, leadership studies, and organizational development. The concept of weird and its implications for understanding causality and consequence has been incorporated into various therapeutic approaches. The gods' leadership styles and decision-making processes offer case studies for examining effective governance and crisis management. The mythology's emphasis on preparation and adaptation in the face of inevitable challenges provides valuable lessons for strategic planning and risk management. In art and literature, Norse mythology continues to inspire new creative works that reinterpret ancient themes for contemporary audiences. From high fantasy novels to graphic novels and video games, the mythological framework offers rich source material for exploring universal human concerns through fantastical settings and characters. These modern interpretations often highlight aspects of the mythology that speak directly to current social issues, such as environmental degradation, technological disruption, and cultural conflict. The mythology's influence extends into popular culture in ways that sometimes transcend conscious recognition. Phrases like the twilight of the gods, or references to Valhalla, have entered common parlance, carrying with them layers of meaning that connect contemporary experiences to ancient wisdom. Even the basic structure of many fantasy worlds, divided realms, prophesied destinies, chosen heroes, owes much to Norse mythological conventions while adapting them for new context and audiences. As we face unprecedented global challenges, from climate change to technological revolution to social upheaval, the lessons embedded within Norse mythology become increasingly relevant. The myths offer frameworks for understanding complex systems, strategies for navigating uncertainty, and models for fostering resilience in the face of adversity. They remind us that while certain outcomes may be inevitable, our responses to these challenges define our character and determine the nature of transformation. Ultimately, the enduring significance of Norse mythology lies in its ability to address fundamental human questions while remaining adaptable to changing circumstances. Like Yggdrasil itself, which withstands countless cycles of destruction and renewal, the mythology continues to grow and evolve, sprouting new branches while maintaining its essential core. This capacity for transformation ensures that Norse mythology will remain a vital source of wisdom and inspiration for generations to come, offering guidance as humanity navigates its own cycles of creation, destruction, and rebirth.